storage data location, if I'm not wrong. And then we learned about data. That was Boolean. We said it deals with false or true, like to tell if the results are false or true. We learned about integers, that is int, only deals with numbers. Yes, that is what I can remember so far.
All right. Yeah, I just wanted a quick one on what someone remembers and what you don't remember. Maybe we can pick up from there. From the cue Abigail has given, someone who remembers what she has not mentioned. Guys, silence is not very nice in such a class. It's good to just talk. All right, so let me just start off. Let me have our script. You're just continuing from where we left. Maybe we shall be building on adding more files as we go, but I'm just using this empty folder to do the demonstration. Everything shall be on our repository or organization. So this reminds me, Japheth, I sent a request. I don't know if you got it to join the organization.
Yeah, I got it. I already accepted it.
Okay, I've not checked, but that's right. So every resource we are going to be, I'm going to be adding all those to our organization. So as Abigail has put, we did an intro to JavaScript where we said it's the language of the web. And we saw several ways of even running the script, including running it in the terminal, using the code runner, and even trying to play with it in the browser. We then went on and looked at variables. And we said variables are just containers that store data. We looked at different ways or different ways of naming variables. Variable names can be in camel case, can be in snake case, and can be in Pascal case. Variable names cannot start with a number, so you cannot start a variable with a number. You cannot start a variable, or you cannot have a variable with a hyphen. The variable cannot have an at symbol. So those are reserved symbols that are not used in variables. Variables, we said, can end in a number. Variables can have underscores, so you can use underscores and other special characters apart from the ones I've mentioned. Now, when you name variables, when you're giving the variable names, they should be relatable to whatever the data they are storing. So you don't name variables like, you don't give a variable a name like x. So you say let x be equal to, let's say, now I add in my name. I can't have such a variable. So when you are using that later on in the code, you not know what x is, because you want to reference x for you to get the value inside x. So you won't be able to get exactly what that is. So we give variable names called, we call it mnemonic. So you give mnemonic names. So mnemonic names are names which are relatable to what the the variable does. So instead of giving a variable like X, you give a variable name like let username. So when I come across username, I know that this one is storing a user's name. So let username be equal to Wanusu. That is very, very clear. Let email be equal to let password. You use clear variables that reference to whatever the values will be. I hope I've brought this off clearly. That is something I had not mentioned the other day. So we give them such like. Then we went into looking at operators. So we looked at operators, and I'm not going back to the operators we looked at, but I'm going to bring in other now operators. So we just looked at arithmetic operators. Those are the ones we looked at. Those computational operators that do mathematical operations. So today I want to move to another set of operators. And from there, then I join you in with what I assigned you. I believe you guys did something on the same. Dennis? Dennis, I saw your hand.
JS is not working completely because let me share my screen and show you what has been happening.
Okay.
I've been getting this.
Node is not recognized. Yet it was working on Friday? On Monday, sorry?
On Monday, I was using the one on the browser. When I noticed it wasn't working.
You're using the one in the browser?
Mm.
And you have the node installed correctly?
Everything is installed. Even when I check the node itself.
Let's check it in your terminal. Let's see it again. It doesn't recognize it here. In your Windows PowerShell, it's working fine. You said even Monday it didn't work.
Yeah, I don't know why, but I tried yesterday to delete everything that I had installed that included that came with the Node.js, but still, after doing a fresh install, still I'm having the same errors.
That is basically just a path issue. Your system basically is blocking off your VS Code from getting to read the node installation. Let's see what you have here. Can you try to run the script? Just do, even if you run that script, it won't work. It will tell you node is not installed. Let me see. Just a minute, let me check out why we are getting that. Okay, let's try and clean it a bit and see if we are going to be able to. Can you press your Windows key and type in environment variables? Select the environment variables there. Which one did you pick? Edit, go back. You should have picked the edit environment variables. It's coming there, edit environment variables for your account. Why is it bringing this? See which command we use to do that. Okay, can you do Windows R then let's go by that, just using the command line interface. Type in sysdm sy, no, not environment, sysdm, then .cpl. Then okay. Here you'll type in the let's see, advanced, go to settings, yes. Then go to path, under system variables down there, not user, the next tab below, not that one, path, then edit. Let's see, node. Click on the node.js. Program files, node. Okay, there. Okay, let me give you a command to just run and allow VS Code to read directly. Just check this on the chat. Run that in your PowerShell. I think it's okay. You can stop the VS Code and now start it again. Let's see. Still getting node is not operable. The program file location is just okay. Program files, then /node. Yes. That's okay. Just click OK and exit these tabs. Okay. Right. Sometimes VS Code misbehaves like this. So let me bring in the other way to run our scripts. So we check what output we have. That should solve that problem for you. Okay, so let me just share my screen. Can you mute your mic? Dennis, can you mute your mic? Kyle, I've seen you come in late and you don't give any communication whatsoever. And I want to tend to believe this is becoming a tendency with you, because I don't think there's a day I've seen you early in class. Kyle?
I had an issue with the power. We had a power outage. I didn't have lights.
Yeah, you just make communication. I don't think you didn't have data to just text on either Discord or even WhatsApp directly and say, I'm having this trouble. Yeah?
Yeah, but my phone was off.
Please, let's just be communicating when we are not in class. If you are coming in late, just tell that I'm having this trouble. Those who have come in a bit late, they communicate. So don't just assume we'll know that you're having an issue. So it's good to communicate. All right, so I'll bring in the other way, and this is now what we are going to be doing, because we want to, we said JavaScript is what powers the web, or what it's the engine behind our systems we are building. And how do we now use it in our system? So I'll create a file, let's call it index.html. Just have a quick index.html file here and have just that boilerplate as we have always started off. So with our HTML, we can now come in and add our script inside the body section. And it's basically added at the, just after the footer. So if I have, let me just structure this and say maybe I have a header. So I have a header section. Then I have main section. Then I have footer. I have a footer here. So with all these sections, then I'll come in and bring in the script tag. So I'll bring the script here. Then in the script now, I come and add the source attribute. So I'll say src. Then now bring in, link the script tag with your HTML. So you bring in the name of the script. So that is script.js. Though optional, but we also add a type attribute to the script tag here, which is text/JavaScript. So this now links your script with your document. So now when you do something in the script, then it's going to apply. So here, like now I have my username. I can now log this and say now console.log username. So when I have this, then I now open my index.html and go live. So when I go live, we have it just here. So I've added nothing in the document, so it will render nothing. So it's just open that way. Now you inspect the site and go to the console. Then you can be able to log or see exactly what the console is outputting. So you now have my username. I just logged the username, and now I have it here, and it's telling me that is on script.js line 5. So console.log is basically for debugging purposes or printing out outputs. As you build, you want to see what am I getting before I even give it out to the users. Are we all here? Have we seen how we connect? Now that solves your problem, Dennis. Do you have now the outputs in the console, in the browser console?
I think there's still a problem.
Where's the problem? And the rest, have you been able to connect the script tag with your document and see whatever output you have in the browser console? Only seen it from, okay, Conrad Jafet. Your problem, go back to your code. I want someone to correct him. I want people to learn to debug code as early as this and just correct what he has. Yes, Jason?
Okay, just go back to the code. Like you did not close the speech marks right after the script.js. It continued all the way to the type texts. Yeah, that way. And then right after the text, the type, before the type, also have speech marks there.
Is it before the type? You are almost getting it right.
No, the text before the text.
Yeah, I said source, SRC is an attribute and type is also an attribute. You get it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so type is another attribute. So get to see how we talked about attributes, and that's why I even wrote it just faster for our understanding. And the problem, one big problem is, like why you got into such a problem, you are not following or rather looking at your screen as you even type. Because let me just delete what I have and do it again. So when I come here, so let me just delete then everything from that point. So when I come here and just do SR, before I even finish, there are from the image abbreviation. So I'm already getting suggestions here. So I just pick the first one and it comes very clear. So here I add the script tag. So script.js. And before I even finish, I see it's already noting or rather detecting where it is. It is script.js. Once I finish that, now outside that, I now bring in the type. When I just do ty, it finishes off for me exactly how it should be. So be following exactly what suggestions come as, so that you are able to get things right. So this is the standard way we are going to be using our scripts, not with Node. Node, basically, we install it to run the JavaScript, but much of it, we shall use that when we come to React. But now we can move on and have everything done as we go. All right, so I was talking about the mnemonic naming, and then were to go into operators. And we looked at the different basic operators, and now I was to come in with the comparison operators. So I want us to look at the comparison operators as we go. So from the word comparison, comparing. So in comparison. So comparison operators. So operators which are used to compare two values. So they compare two values and return either true or false. So using the equal sign to compare, we can use the equal sign to compare, not to compare. Equal sign is to assign, and then comparison, we have a range or a list of operators we can use. And let me just maybe bring them here so we can be talking about them as we go. So with the comparison operators, I have a list here of operators to check if a value is equal to another. So we use the double equal sign. So with the double equal sign, that is checking if a value is equal to another. So like 3 is equal to 5. This one will bring to me false, because 3 is not equal to 5. Then checking if they are not equal, I'll say exclamation mark and equal sign. So I'll just use the exclamation mark and the equal sign to show that it's not equal. 3 is not equal to 4, which will return true, because 3 is not equal to 4. Then strict equality, checking strictness. Now, like I've used an example of 3 here and 3 this 3 is not a number. This is a string, and this is a number. So these are two different data types. So they cannot be equal, so it will return false. This equal, I want you to get the difference. This equality is a loose equality checker. So if I do 3 equal to 3 using the double equal signs, it will return true because it just assumes the quotation marks for the string or changes this to a string and compares them and returns true. But strict equality, you use the 3 equal signs, checking if they are exactly the same, exact. That is when it will return true. So where do we use this? We are going to come to it when we start writing the code. Like, these are the security operators you can use when you're like checking strictness on email, strictness on passwords, for allowing users to get resources. Strictly, this logged in user is the one that should be given this. Strictly, a user with this password should be given that. So you use such checking or validating password lengths and such like. A password must be strictly equal to this length of characters. So those checks can be used in such ways. You want to do deletion of data. So pass whatever data that does not match. So not equal, strictly not equal to. So if the index on which you are is not strictly equal to that given data, then what do? Skip that. If it is strictly equal, delete that. So that is how you go about that, and we shall see it in code. Then using the greater than. So like those who worked on loops and conditionals, these things now come in play when you come to the conditionals and those loops. I gave you that so that you can expand and just go into checking these validators or conditionals here. So checking if a value is greater than, return or have the function still continue. If it is less, stop there, such like. So greater than, less than, and greater than or equal to, less than or equal to. So these are just the conditionals that we use. So let me start off with the like the greater than here. So to just bringing the code to check for that. So if I come in and say, let me just have the variable a and say a be 5, and then you can have them on one line. I can just have them, like I can declare variables on one line, different variable names, just on the same line. I can say A5, B, let's say, let me give it 4. So B as 4, and then come in and say console.log So console.log, then we say A is greater than B. So let's see if that is true. So before we even run it, what answer are we going to get? Someone? Seen a message from someone here. Ian Jaffet says false. And then Matthew and Ida says true. So let's see. A is greater than B. Just looking at them. A is 5, B is 4. So A is greater than B. That should be true according to just looking at it. So that is basically what we should be getting, and that is exactly what we get as the output. A is greater than B. Just a minute. All right. I think we are okay. So that returns true because our value 5 is greater than 4. Now, if we come in and change it to less than, so say A is less than B, then that is going to bring us false. So if I run that again, I now get what? I get false. So that is how the two comparison operators are used. So either bring true or false. Just using the two, I want to just test the other operators and see. So let's say A is equal to B. So if we do that, that is going to give us what? It's giving us false. A is not equal to B because A is 5 and B is 4. Now let me change this to a string 5. So B have it as 5, but a string. We looked at the string data types. So B as a string and say A is equal to B. So if we run that, let's see what we are going to get. So it tells us it's true. A is equal to B. I don't know if you are seeing the sense in what I was saying. Now, the value, the string 5 and the integer 5, they are treated as the same. Because there is, we shall talk about type conversion. So conversion here, 5 is being forced to become a string so that they now match. And if I say now here, A is not equal to B, I bring it this way. So A is not equal to B, it will tell me false because they are equal according to the compiler with the tells me true because now here it's comparing. I've done a strict comparison, sorry. Strict comparison. Strict checking the data types. So checking this is a string, this is a number. So it tells us true. They are not strictly equal. But if I do a loose comparison here, A is not equal to B, just using one single equal sign with exclamation mark, then it will tell me false because it's checking and saying they are the same. I don't know if I've got that home or I was too fast. Are we okay up to that point? All right. So that just makes it clear for to us to get to understand how these loose and strict comparisons are done. Got it? This should take us back to the group work. Sorry, the group work I gave out for us to just showcase what we did. And I'll start off from, let me just get a quick overview. If you people met, let me start with group 1. And I think I had communication from Imani, who was even following up to see what they were to do. So group 1, did you meet Imani? That was Imani, Jason, Dennis, Seth, and Anita.
Yes, we met.
Okay, so who's going to showcase what you did? Or you've broken it into, or split it amongst yourselves? I don't want to maybe go to that, but all right, you met, so you are ready.
Okay, Seth was going to explain, then I was going to do the demonstration.
Okay. Then group 2, Ida, Laleti, Ian, Japheth, and Derek. Group 2, Group 2.
Yes, we met.
All right. Uh-huh. Group 3. Kyle, Conrad, Matthew, Aisha, and Abigail.
Yes, we met, and Abigail will be the one taking us through.
Right, that's great. I think we are all set. And yeah, I just set us off with the first group. And on the organization, I'm just pushing all the code on all those areas I gave out to talk about, with a few additions on a few things, even including what I've talked about here. It's on the organization, so we will still have access to the notes. I give it out to the first group to just take us through what you did, and the rest, it's not about just watching. You get the files code along so that you get to see what they did, and you also have exactly what they did. I'll only come in to do reinforcement on areas I see that needs more clarification. Okay, take it up, group 1. Who's doing it?
So basically, I'll explain. Then now, Jason shows the actual code.
Okay, from the
Is that okay?
explanation, I hope you have some notes you've written somewhere. You're taking us through that.
Yeah, I have notes from my phone, so I can read them through.
You don't have it on your system?
And no.
Because we want to see like a slide. Basically, when you prepare for such, you even have, like, when you are preparing the notes, you've seen even where I started when I just like when you came to class where I am here, you see I have the presentation slides. So talking about things we are going to cover, everything is, and I think I'll also be adding these slides to the organization so that you can have access to. So you see, all this is just in the slides. When I come to like the conditionals you are going to talk about, I have them here. So like everything is just structured in the slides. You get to prepare in such a manner. So going forward, whenever we are assigned some task, prepare some notes in writing instead of just having them at a talking point.
Oh yeah, okay. Just a minute. Okay. Can I show? Okay. I have a code for loop with the comments.
Yeah.
Can I show that?
Yes, you can talk about that in a quick showcase. Then, as you said, Jason will take us through the code step by step. Then, yeah, take it up.
um so basically we were doing conditional loops, and for us we're doing the for loop and the if and if else. So for me here I got a for loop. For loops basically are used to when you know exactly how many times to run the code. Like for example, for me, I know like how many times I'm going to run the code because the code I have here is for how many times we're going to run the for edges that are printed from 14 to 18. So basically, the structure to write the code is for the installation. Now the installation in this case is the late age is equals to 14. So this is the initialization, initialization. Then now the condition is age less than 18. So that's now the condition. Then now followed by the update. If age is less than 18, it will add the age by 1. So that hence the age plus 1 plus 1. So now it will come. Then now you put what you want to be displayed. So for us, we want it to display the age. So yeah, hence the console. So the code block to be executed. Just a minute. The code block to be executed. So for us, we were doing for us our code prints for the ages between 14. It will print 14, 15, 16, and 17 because they are less than 18. So when you run the code, you see it prints 14, 15, 16, and sorry. Let me just remove this one. Let me just comment it out.
We still have the error. Just comment it out as a single line comment.
Like that?
That's okay.
So when we run it, you see it gives us 14, 15, 16, and 17. So for let the age, so we've initialized the age to be 14. For ages less than 18, for less than 18, we have to output them. So, and to make them output 15, 16, and 17, we did age plus plus, which adds the ages by 1. So hence it outputs 15 and 16. Yeah, that's on the for loop. I hope Jason will do that if and if else.
All right. Have we understood the rest about how the loop works? Any questions to that point? Before Jason comes in, any questions? You guys shouldn't be silent. You should be like asking questions. So, Ida?
So where do we use the for loop?
Use cases. That is something I expected. Very, very nice of you asking the same. So you want to iterate over data and return what you exactly just what you want. So loops are basically used for iteration through a given set of data. Even checking even usernames. If it exists in the database, then return it. If it is not there, then you stop the loop from running at that point. So that is one of the use cases. But in simple terms, we just use a simple counter. So you want to print like names. You want to print just printing something or bringing out data. That is where you use the loop. So the syntax, as he put it, is you start with for, which is a function. That is why we are passing in the parentheses. Inside the parentheses, there are three things that happen, three parameters that you pass into the function, the for loop. There is the initialization step. We did variable initialization and declaration. So when we talk of initialization, you should be knowing exactly what it is. So let me say, let me just use I. He used age, a very good demonstration. I want to print numbers, just print numbers between, let's say, 1 and 10. So I'll say let I be equal to maybe 1. So that is the initial stage or step. That is the initialization. Then I now have take that variable I initialized. So let I be 1. Then now bring in the condition. If I is less than 10, and you're seeing I'm bringing in, sorry, let me have it this way, just for readability. You don't squeeze things together. So if I is less than 10, then now you bring in an updater function. So it is just an updater, which is the increment step. How are you going to increment that? So I'll say it now, I plus plus. We did the increment to add the operator to just add a value. We do it just I plus plus. Then now in the block here, so this code block in the curly braces, I now bring in the business logic of what I want to do. So as Abigail was asking, where do we use this? So you will bring in whatever you want to output in this code block. And we shall come to that when we come to functions. So for now, we just want to print that to the console. So I just say console.log, and I'm going to log what? I, which is my variable. So what happens is each time the loop runs, so it's just a loop. It's just going to run a loop. Let me see, I had a file here that can do the demonstration for us to see the loop. how it goes. Downloads. Problem is it's in dark mode, but we can still see it. I think. I don't know why it came this way, but this is just the structure of how it may look like. The initialization expression, that is where we had our let I be equal to 1. Then the test condition. So that is where the condition is. While or when I is less than 10, so we are testing. When it is less than 10, then now go down and print I. So we print I. So then we update that. So I was 1 to start with. We started with the I at 1. So our I is 1. So when we check the condition, I is less than 10. So 1 is less than 10. Brings back the result as true. So while it's true, then it is going to print that. So takes 1 now plus 1. Then returns to us. So it is going to return, let me just do the iteration here and you see how it goes. So here it's going to take 1 plus 1 and then return to us 2. Then still check now 2 is less than 10. Then also returns true. And now comes in and says now 2 plus 1. And now prints to us what? 3. Then goes ahead and also, let me do it 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let me just have it up to, prints up to 9, not 10. So now this one is going to be 9, and this is going to be 8. This is going to be 7. Just want you to see how the loop works. 7 and then 6, then 5, then 4, 4 and 3 and 2 and 1. So 2, and now this one is going to be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So it's going to check out these in that order. So just check them out and now print them out. So checks 1 is less than 10, takes 1 and adds 1, brings back 2. 2 is less than 10, takes that, adds 1, like that until it gets 2. 9 is less than 10, takes that, and yeah, it is also going to take 9 because 9 is less than 10 and now prints out 10. So here 9 plus 1 and now prints to us 10, and now checks 10 is not less than 10, and then once it gets 10 is not less than 10, now stops, just stops at that. Let's see. So it's printing 1 is starts from the first one that we initialized. So takes 1, prints 1 because 1 is less than 10. Then goes on and take that, add, and you can see we are now printing our numbers up to, or it only prints up to 9. It doesn't print 10 because 10 is not less than 10. So it's, yeah, that it checks. Now the output 10 is not less than 10. That is why it does not print 10. Have we got it? Understood the loop? To that point, before the next person comes in. Now, a clear use case. Let me just bring it on to Abigail to understand better. You are doing an e-commerce where a user is adding items to cart. So while the cart is not empty, update the count in the cart. So if the cart is 0 and a user is adding 1 item, so the cart is now going to be 0 plus 1, and now the cart is going to be 1 item added. If the cart is not empty, how many items are there? So it had 1. So if the user adds another item to the cart, then the cart is not now going to update and give you the real figure. Those who are working with the cart on their e-commerce, now you can now bring in the loop to just update that, and you see in real time. They click on add, it is added. They want to remove an item. So when they click on it, checks. Now with the conditions we were talking about, if that item is the exact item I'm removing, so I'm using the strict operator, and maybe items are going to be marked by IDs. So if the ID of that item I want to remove is strictly that one, then remove that from the cart. And once it is removed, update the cart. It is -1. So they are going to reduce. Abigail, is it answered? You now get the use case? Right. Jason, you can come in. Unmute your mic.
Unmuted.
Yeah, you can now be heard.
Okay, so mine is a demonstration of the conditionals, the conditional statements, where we use them whenever you need a program to make the decision and execute the different blocks of code on a specific criteria. So we have generally, we have like for, we have the if, we have the if else, we have the else if, basically, okay, this one is the if, else, if, then, else. And now we also have the ternary. Operator. So let's start with this one, the if conditional statement. So let's say we give an attribute of, we assign an age of 20 to age, and then we use the if condition to say maybe like ages that are greater than or equal to 18 are eligible to vote. So at this point, if we run this code, because the age that we assigned here is above 18, the conditions here are met. So this line is executed. But with the if statement, it only executes if the conditions that are put up here are met. So let's say I change this age and we put it like, we give it like 10 years. So if I run this code, nothing will happen because the conditions here are not yet met. So that is where now the if else condition comes in, so that it can be able to execute the other condition, the other option, if the age that we are assigning there is not met. So let's give it
I think you should just
maybe,
let Jason,
yeah,
instead of deleting that code, just comment it out. People are noting down that they can just get that code as it was. Maybe just add a comment, but no problem with it. Maybe, okay, because you still maybe want to use age, yeah, just comment it out and now go to the next line. And right now.
okay.
And it's good practice.
Okay, so
like, you don't delete code, you comment it out. If maybe you are having a problem, you solve the problem, then you can delete it after solving the problem. But yeah, go on.
okay. So now let's assign another age. We give it maybe 12 years. And now we use the same if condition. We say if the age, if a person is 18 years or above, they are eligible to vote. Now, oh, sorry. So now here, we now implement the else statement, the else condition, since the else condition statement where if this first condition is not met, we can also have another execution code of the code where if this person is not at about 18 years age and above, then they are too young to vote. So if now we run this code, we see now here it states that they are too young to vote because we have included the else condition, where if the first condition is not met, then the alternative option is that they are not yet above 18 years and therefore they are too young to vote. Is that one okay?
Response from class? Thumbs up if you're following, that makes it right. Yeah, I've got it from Aisha.
Okay. So now we will go and execute the else, the if else. Okay, here it's supposed to just be removed like this. Yeah, it's supposed to stay like that. So that now we can just use this same condition here. So if I just copy this one, okay, so we add, now here is where there is a little bit confusing, where I may not be able to explain how we will understand it better, but here we'll implement the and for applying maybe certain age. We give it an age range, maybe of between 18 to, let's say, like age which is maybe less than or equal to, let's say, 200. Give it that kind of a range. So if a person is between age 18 to 200, they are eligible to vote. And then we add the else if condition to give it maybe another unreasonable or unrealistic age, which is maybe above the 200 age, or the negative, or towards the negative side. Let's say a number, an age which is below 0, which is an unrealistic age for any person. So let's say we give it an age log greater or equal to 150, right? Then we add the or a person who is maybe aged less than or equal to 0. So we will say unrealistic age. Let's give it just a statement like unrealistic. Unrealistic age. Okay. Then now we implement the else if a person who is not between the age of 18 to 200 or above 150, or below 0, we just use the else condition to state that the remaining option for a person who is between the age of 0 to 18. So we just enter console.log too young to vote. So now if we run this one, we find ourselves having an output of too young to vote, since all the conditions which are met, which are put in the if condition and the else if are not met. So they are too young to vote. Let's say I just put an unrealistic age. Let's say like the 201. Let me just give it 201. So if we just run it, it will bring out the unrealistic age output, since it is not in between this condition met here. So it ignores this line and then execute this next condition. Anyone getting? Is anyone lost?
Give response.
Where specifically? Okay. Okay, so how I understood it is when we use the if, else if, and the else, basically our if condition is we give it the range. We start with a range where if a person is aged 18 years and 200 years, which is also not that okay, but if a person is between this age, they are eligible to vote. Now the else if comes in maybe for the other option where if a person is on an unrealistic age, let's say the negative age, or a person who is above the 200 age gap, which also it is not something that it is possible, but we account for it. We say that that age is an unrealistic age, because when we were using the else condition, we just accounted for a person who was above 18 years and a person who was between 0 to 18 years. So else he was too young to vote. So now this is where we accommodate the unrealistic age part by giving it a range. Is that okay? Well, that's how I understood it.
Right? Yeah. I'll explain it when I do a cover on that.
Okay, so now we have the last part, which is the ternary operator, which is basically just another way of writing the if-else condition. So the structure of a ternary condition, ternary operator, is just where we have the condition, then a question mark, then we have a true, and then the false, where now if the condition, if we put a condition here and it is met, this is the part which it will be executed. And when the condition we put here is not met, this is the part where it will be executed. So just let me just give you an example. So just let's say, so copy this one. And we give it a condition where maybe let's say an age greater than or equal to 18. So if a person is aged 18 and above, they are eligible to vote. And when a person is not aged 18 and above, they are too young to vote. So looking at this, just executing everything with our head in our heads, we can just see the age here, it is below 12. Is below 18 years old. So automatically, this part is which will be executed. So if we just run it, we just see down here, it's too young to vote. Now, if we put our age, let's say like we give it 20, basically this part is which will be executed, the true part. So if we run it again, you see it's they can vote. So that is how basically I understood the ternary operator. Any other question?
Sorry, I was attending to something. You done?
Yeah.
All right. We can give them a clap. They've done good work. Good. Okay. Just to sum it up, let me maybe take us through quickly. Through what we've done, maybe then we take a break and then we shall be circling back after the break to take the next lot. So let me start off from the logical operators first. Then I think on the if and the for loop, that was well done. The if else statements done really well there. So just bringing in the logical operators. So there are three different logical operators. So we have the ternary operator, which now here we use the ternary operator when we are choosing between two distinct values, as he just put it, having an age which is less than 18 and an age which is above 18. So if it is this, give condition A. If not, give condition B. So you're just checking two conditions. You'll use the ternary operator. So let me bring in an example here. Yeah, let me just have our, let me say, ternary operator. So with the ternary operators, I've said you are choosing between two distinct values. And let me bring in a variable. Let me use a const here and say user role. So let the user role be admin. So I'm bringing in a real use case. Maybe you are building role-based access controls where only admins are supposed to get admin dashboard and the general users get the user dashboard. So set the role. Let me just have it as admin. Then now I can let me do it the traditional way as he did it with an if statement. So I'll do if now okay, let me have a variable for what I want to have first. So let me call it welcome message. Welcome message. Let's have the welcome message as equal to, then bring in the message. Welcome admin. Then I can say access granted. So that is what the admin gets. So now if they are admins, they should get that message. So I'll say if now bring in the user role. So if user role, now bring in the strict comparison as we talked about. So if the user role is strictly equal to admin, so that user role is admin, then I want to bring in the welcome message. Okay, yeah, let me push this inside. So here, let me just initialize the message, and then now I'll push the message itself inside here. So I'll say welcome message should now be equal to, let me take this. So the welcome message should be this one now. So welcome message, welcome admin. So push the business logic inside. So here it's just initialization. So let welcome message. If the user role is admin, then welcome admin access granted. Else now I'll bring in and say the message, the welcome message. So bring the welcome message and give a different message. And maybe say access denied. Access denied. please, let me use, please log in to access the dashboard. Yeah, I can just have that. Then now when because the user role, we have strictly put it as admin. So then we are going to get that. So when I run this, I'm going to get, where's that? Oh, I've not given any output. So console.log, the message. So here I'll do console.log welcome message. So log the message to see what message we are getting. So when I log that, I should get the message, welcome admin access granted. So if we change the user role, now we change the user role here to user. So now if I bring in a user, so the user role has changed. This is now not admin, it is user. Now I'll get the other part. So access denied. Please log in to access the dashboard. So this is just the if statement way, or using the if condition to check out the user role. But now I'm using the ternary operator. So using the ternary operator is the simplest, as put by JSON. So I'll just declare, I can just declare that. Let me use it. Let me say custom message. So have it as custom message. So custom message will be equal to, then bring in the user role. So say user role, and our user role was strictly equal to now admin. So I'll say now if the user role is strictly admin, I now bring in the ternary operator. Let me just put it on the next line for us to see it. Well, there. So I'll get the ternary operator, say, give the first condition. So I'll give this first condition, this one. So bring in this first condition and say, you get that. So access granted. If not, so we use the colon to bring in or. So this colon just means or. So get this or that. So else, get that. So now I just bring in that. So this is basically what we call conditional rendering. Rendering given content conditionally. So conditional rendering using the ternary operator. So I just conditionally render whatever I want. So if I log the same here, so if I come in and log, now what am I logging? So I'm logging my custom message. So I'll just come in and now bring in the custom message. So if I log the custom message, I'm still going to get it. I've just used a different, not custom message, sorry. I'm logging the welcome message, still the welcome message I'm using here, because we just declared the message without assigning a value up there. So I log the same, I still get the same output. So you can see it coming twice because I have the if statement and the ternary operator returning it just that way. Got it? Any queries to that point? All right. So let me bring in the logical AND operator, also called the ampersand. So the logical AND operator. So the logical AND, we use the double ampersand symbol there. So that is the logical AND. So this is also all used to render conditionally. So I'm just bringing these to bring in the conditionals as they demonstrated, just on an advanced level a bit for you to understand now how you are going to use them in real case scenarios. So basically, I want to check if a user is logged in, give them this. If they are not logged in, then they have they don't have access, basically. So how this executes is if the left side is false, nothing happens. So nothing is given. That is basically how you structure your authentication. So if a user is not logged in, don't give them anything until they are logged in. Once they are logged in, now you give them whatever resources you want to give them. There are no short circuits. So it ignores completely what is on the right side. So let's have again a variable here. Then I'll use is logged in. So I'll just say is logged in, and then we can just declare that here and say true. So if logged in is true, basically for demonstration, we're just assigning it to true. But when you're building the system, you'll now be checking and saying, okay, now this is how the login logic is going to flow. And we shall look at that when we start integrating this in HTML and see how it works. So is logged in is true. And then let's also declare another one and say checking their account. So this one has subscribed, has a YouTube subscription, and maybe has subscribed to a premium account or not. So let me just use that and say has premium account. So check if he has premium account. So let's say no, he doesn't have a premium account. So he's logged in, yes, but doesn't have a premium account. So now how we check like the logged in user? So I'll do directly, I just say is logged in. If they are logged in, so check what is on the left. So on the left is logged in. Is it true? If it is true, then give them what is on the right. So I'll just say console.log and maybe welcome to your dashboard. Just get something like that. Welcome to your dashboard. Then if not, so if it's not true, then they're not going to get their dashboard. So let's check the premium account. So let's say that was has premium account. So has premium account, if they have premium account, give them, so you are going to give them whatever resources they have. So if only if it is true. So because it is false, then now, so let's see. Let me have it as showing premium. So when you have a premium account on YouTube, you get ads free. So I'll say ads free videos. So you get ads free videos. So now what is going to happen is, because this one doesn't have does not have that premium account, so nothing is going to output. So the console, that is what is on the right, nothing we are going to get. But since they are logged in, you're going to get welcome to your dashboard. So when I do that, let's see what we get. So I come in, and what is not defined is logged in. It's not defined. Okay, I think there's a typo somewhere. Is logged in equal to true? I've defined that. It's logged in. It's okay. It's logged in, true. Then let me see. Oh, okay. It's okay. So I'm only getting welcome to your dashboard, and no output for the other one, which is has premium account. And now when we turn this one to true, so now you see what is on the right is now going to render. It's going to show. So when you run it again, now you get showing premium ads free videos. Got it? Have we got it and understood? All right. So that is it on the conditional or the logical and operator. And lastly, let's have a look at the logical or operator, and then we shall be calling it for now before we take the break. So the logical or. So the logical or operator uses the double pipe. So the uprights there, we call them the pipe. So it uses the pipe. And this is a safety net. When you're building, you use this as a safety net. Basically, it is the short circuit. Remember, with the logical, the ternary operator, there's no shortcut. If this doesn't work, nothing we're giving you. So just go away. You are not logged in as the admin, go away. They're not giving you anything until you log in as admin. But now, when you come to the logical OR, so we now bring in the safety net, or now we become a bit lenient. So here we are saying, okay, if you are not the admin, then get the general users dashboard. Or if you have not provided your username, so basically that is where you use search. So you are building, someone has just onboarded on your system. They have not added their username. So if they don't have a username, will you block them from using the system? No, that is their own profile. They'll set their profile themselves. So with that, you don't block them off. So you want to give them an alternative. So you provide a default. So you provide a default value. So if they don't have a username, give them a username like guest. Like even on this platform we are using, Zoho, when you don't provide, so when you get to log into the system, it asks you to add your username. So if you don't provide, I get a default value, just brings back a guest. Someone has joined the call as guest. So I'll be going around asking, someone has joined, they have not added their username, I'm only seeing guest. That is the safety net that is in the JavaScript running that system. So let me just go into it and we see. So const said user name, const username, and give the username a value. So const username equal to, let me use just one of you in class. So the username is Laleti. So that means I should remove, I had a username somewhere here. So I cannot redeclare. So that's why you are seeing I'm going back to comment out this. You cannot redeclare a variable that has already been declared. And we shall be talking about, I think those who are doing functions, you should have gone to the extent of giving us local scope and block scope variables. That comes in very, very useful when you come to functions. So local scope and global scope, those are things we shall be talking about sometime later. So now I've given a username there. Now I'll declare a default, or a default value I want to get. So let me call it display. Display name. So display name will be equal to the username, either the username or, so if they don't provide the username, give us guest. So I said, let's just have it as what? As guest. So we're just going to have it as guest. And I'll also bring in what we call concatenation. Or concatenation, or basically, how do I put it? It's also called now embedding variables in JavaScript. So embedding variables in when you want to display. So there's a way we now display the name. So we want to display the value Laleti when we print. So how we do it is we use the template literals. I talked about the template literals, and we know what they are. So you use the backticks. So I'll use the backticks. So up here, you've seen we've been using the quotation marks in the console log. So here we use backticks or the template literals. Then I want to just have maybe the name. So once they are logged in, hello. Let me just use welcome back. What we even just see on systems like even our Zindua site, when you log in, it tells you welcome back. And now it gives you your name. So you wonder how did it know I am so and so? Once you log in, you have provided your username. So I'll use the $sign and then curly braces. And now bring in the variable. So the display name is taking the username and now returning the username in our display name. So I'm going to use my display name here. So what's happening? Let me explain it further for you to understand. So we declare the variable called username, which is storing the value Laleti, which is the name. Then now we declare another variable that we are going to use in our system called display name. So display name picks the username if it is provided. If it is not provided, it's going to pick the guest. So that is how it's going to work. So if I do this now, when I run that, it tells me welcome back, Laleti. So that is what we get. But if we don't provide a name, let me just add an exclamation mark maybe there for just nice display. So if we don't provide a value, then we are now going to get the guest as the output. So if I remove this and just leave an empty string, so there's no value. So username is empty, nothing provided. So when you run this, now you are going to get welcome back who? Guest. So that is the safety net. Someone forgets to add their profile username when they are maybe signing up. So you provide a default value. Got it? Understood? Any query to that point? Any question? Right. Hope silence means we are all good. Jason?
Can you just repeat that part where you say where we have the username and when if it is true or something like that, you said just that part where the display of the name.
Okay, so now let's go through it. So the logical OR operator, I said it's giving us a default value, a fallback. If you have the name, then what is on the left is going to render. If you don't have it, what is on the right is what is going to render. So you declare a variable which is going to return the name. So the value, we had the value as who? Laleti. Or your name or my name, whichever we want to render here. So this name is going to be returned. Then now, using the OR operator, we are saying, now display the person's name who was basically like logged in, if they have provided their username. If they have not, just return to us. This one is just a guest, has no value provided. So that is what is going to be returned in the display name. And for us to be able to display that name, so we are going to use backticks. So template literals or backticks. Then we use the $sign and pass the variable name into our output. So where we want to output the value, so we pass in the variable name. Then now when you run that, so you get the name. So I'm getting the name. Let me kill it and run it again. What happened? Where is that? Display name is not defined. What's happening? I think I'm getting runtime errors. It's just runtime. Yeah, runtime error display name. Oh, it's now back. Yeah. So you now get welcome back, Laleti, because we have provided a value. And if we don't provide a value, so we leave it empty, we have declared a variable. You can declare a variable this way. So basically, you want the user to pass in their own username. So you structure it this way. Then now, when you now run that, because the username is not there, so this one is returning empty. It's just an empty string. So display name picks an empty string to render, and now, because it is empty, it is not going to pick that. It is now going to go to the default value. So it's going to display the name as guest. That is basically now what you get when you run that. So you get the username as, let me run it again. Yeah, I now see welcome back guest. Got it, Jason? Right. So if we don't have any other question, then we can take a break. In 20 minutes, around 11:50, we circle back. All right, I think we'll circle back. Thumbs up if you are back in here. A thumbs up as we get to the next group. Ida, Laleti, Ian, Japheth, and Derek. Whoever's taking us through can take the stage. I don't know how you organize yourselves.
Yeah, I'll be taking you through switch statements.
Okay. That is all right.
Yeah, basically switch statement is the same as if, and if else, if. I think if I'm right. Yeah. It offers a more efficient and readable alternative than the long chains of the if-else statements, improving the readability when handling many conditions. Yeah. So it's basically the same as the if, the condition, and then it goes through looking for the decision. Yeah. So here's the syntax. I'll share my code in a few. This is the syntax of how it looks like. The break.
So just take us through the syntax, telling us exactly
yes,
what
this is
happens.
If else. Oh yeah. Okay. The syntax. So are you?
You're a bit breaking off.
Am I audible? Oh, sorry. Let me switch to a better
Stuttering
internet.
a bit. I don't know if it is the internet you have.
Okay, let me switch to a better internet. Yeah, I think it's better.
Yeah, you're fine there.
Okay. Yeah, so the syntax, there's the switch, and then the condition. Yes, the condition, and then the decisions, the value where you input your decision there from code block 1, 2. I will show it in my code. And then there's the break. The break, it offers where if you have reached a certain decision, it won't show the others continuing. So it will break from there if you have reached where your decision is. Have you gotten me? And then the default is where if you have finished the condition, all the condition, and you have not met any of your condition, it goes to the default block in which we input a certain value to show that it has reached the end. Yeah. Are you okay up to that point?
Can I get response? I'm not seeing response from the class.
I continue or?
Yeah, continue.
Yeah. So there's this if else statements. I tried it. I thought there wasn't a group handling it. Then there's a switch statement. Yes, this is the switch statement. I'll take you to the code. The evaluation, the comparison. The value of the expression is compared against each case. Yes, I think I've already explained this. Then the difference between if else and switch. It's here. I'll share the notes in the group. Okay, let me take you towards the code. So this is the code. This is the if else code. If else if, yes. So if you don't want to go this long way, probably a lot of syntax, a lot of it's easier to read and write the switch compared to the if else. So let me try. I'll comment it out. And then the switch. Here's the switch. Yes, the condition. And then the syntax. I've already inputted everything. The break. Then the default. The default it. If the condition is not met, maybe if I put in 8, it will break into the default where it will print it's not a day. Let me put a variable. Let day equals to, okay, let's see if it go to the default. Yeah, I think it will. Let me play it. Yeah, there it is. It is not a day. It has gone to the default. But if I place maybe 5, then I play again. Yeah, it is on a Friday. Here, the 5, the case, it has skipped all. But if I remove the break, this and this break, it will continue printing it up to down. Yeah, I think that's the whole about the switch statement. Yeah, any question?
Class, don't hesitate. Don't keep quiet if you're not getting anything. You just ask clarification.
Yeah.
Silent, let me get thumbs up to just confirm you're back. Got it from Ian, Conrad. And the members of the group, I'm not seeing thumbs up from you. Seen either okay. Great. So silence basically means they have understood. So you can move on.
Okay, I'll let Ian take over. Is it Ian or we discussed with somebody yesterday? So I'll let him take over from the group.
So you didn't discuss entirely as all of you, Aida, Laleti, Ian, Japheth, and Derek. So you are not all together.
We discussed, then we partition it into the people to present.
Okay, I'll be taking you through while loop. It is just very much simple and similar to what group 1 was presenting. Is my screen visible so far?
Yes, your screen is very much visible.
Okay. Thank you. So while loop, it repeats code as long as the condition given is true, meaning if the condition is not true, the code or the instruction will stop. We'll bring in our syntax. That is, we give it, we use maybe I is equals to, we give it a number 1. I'll just give it the most simplest syntax you can write, but there is other ways to write it. We're using while, and then we bring in the brackets. Our variable was 1, is I, and the value that are given to our variable is 1. So inside the bracket, we'll bring in the variable, which is I, and then the command less than or equal to, we'll use a number maybe 10. So what this means, if our variable is I and the value is 1, so as long as the number is less than or equal to 10, continue printing. If it is more than 10, then it will stop. And then we'll just do it to see what it gives us. Console.log. I say I plus plus, meaning plus 1. So as long as the number is less than or equal to 10, it will continue printing. 1, it will continue adding 1. If it is 2, it adds 1 to 3. 3 adds 1 to 4 until it reaches the instruction it has been given, number 10. We'll see in the output, we see what we have. Yeah, here it is. It has printed from 1 to 10. If we change it, maybe we say 5, the instruction is 5, it will definitely start from number 5, running up to number 10. We run it, you see it starts from 5, 6, 7, up to 10. But when you give it a value that is more than 10, maybe 15, it will not print any number because it is a false instruction. See, nothing is printed in the output side. You can even use as much numbers as you can. Maybe we give it, let's say 10, and then in the instruction, we give it 50. So it will definitely print from number 10 to 50. And here is it, very much simple. Just depends on the command you're giving and the instruction. If the instruction is true, then the code will print. If it's false, it will stop printing. It will give no instruction at all. So that is all about while loop. It uses condition, runs many times, and it is mostly good for repetition. Any questions so far about while loop? I think it is very much well explained and understood.
Yeah, basically that is very clear. So people have understood. I've seen people raising, giving thumbs up. Well, okay, I think on the while and switch case, things have been explained really well. So just to sum it up, maybe on the switch case, switch cases are used to just execute different blocks of code based on the value given in the expression. So as was put by Japheth very, very clearly, so you declare variable, and then you want to display different conditions or different conditions based on whatever variable you have. So just a quick recap on the same so that we pick up and now move with it. So for instance, I just want to do a simple traffic lights, how the traffic lights program runs. So let me just declare a variable for the traffic light. So I'll just call it traffic lights. Traffic lights, and then give a default value of green. So let me just say, let it be green. Oh, sorry, I'm not sharing my screen. Sorry for that. So I declare just a variable here and say the value I give it is green. So when it is green, maybe something will happen at that point. So then we now come in. Let me display a message. So let me just say message. So I'm giving it, oh, have I typed here? So message, let our message just be empty for now, as we started off, so we can have an empty message so that now we pass in a message as we print. Then I now come in with a switch statement. So switch. So the switch is going to take in my traffic lights as the variable. So take the traffic lights. And now you can see my default is green. So if it is that, then now bring in the other cases. So bring the first case. So say case. Now in this case, if the traffic lights are red, so instead of green, so we have red, then you finish off a case with a colon. That is the syntax. Bring in a colon, and now you can now bring in the message. I just want to move it to the next line just for readability. And then have a tab here, and then say, so the message is going to be, so message, which is this variable we have here, which was empty. Now we pass in a message. So now do a variable assignment. So this one, when you see red, it basically says stop immediately. So stop immediately. If not that case, then now stop immediately, then break from the loop. So basically what happens is, if that is the case, just renders that with the break, it stops there. So without the break, as Japheth put it, it will keep on running until it finishes all the cases. So you finish a case, you now bring a break, then you go to the next case. So we can talk of another case here and say, now if the case is yellow. So when we get yellow, what does it mean? So with a yellow, you are warning the drivers to prepare to stop. So just say message. So the message is going to be prepare to stop. So you just tell the drivers to prepare and stop. So they should be slowing down in order to stop. Then we break out of that loop again. Then go to another case. So the third case here, we shall talk of what is it? Case, and now this case is for which color? Now bring in our green. So when it is green, what does it say? When it is green, we are telling the drivers now, you can continue driving. So here message is continue driving. Then from this, so we break from that up to that point, we break, and then we can now give default. So the default is a fallback. So you give a fallback if something else happens which is not part of these cases. So if someone now brings in a color like blue, so if a color like blue comes in, then you say you want to pass in a message just telling the person this is an invalid traffic light color. So I'll just do that. So invalid. So let me say invalid traffic light color. So that is an invalid traffic light color. So now if I come in here and now log that, so log our message. So let's see what we get. Since we have our value as green, then that basically is going to take us to continue driving. Then when we change it to something else, so what we get is continue driving. So if we change to something else, that is now change it to, let me change it to red. So if I come in and change this to red, then I'm going to get the message as stop immediately. I change it to now take, as I said, let me take even black and then run that. It will give me invalid traffic light color. So that is how the switch case works. Just renders exactly what case you've given it. So what or how it happens is it first of all evaluates the expression. Then now compares whatever cases you've given it with the value that you have provided. So it evaluates this first. So runs the entire code block and now says, okay, so these are the cases you've given me to compare. So I now take each case and compare with the value that you have given. So I'll compare red with that. Then it is not red. So instead of breaking, goes to the next one, compares with black, not that one, compares with green, it's not the one, then goes on to, because I've checked all of them and none of them seems befitting a message, then that means let me just go to the default. So print the default value because the comparisons are not matching. So that is how it does it. All right. So we can even use this for like when you're building like simple calculators, you can use the switch case. And let me just use bring in just copy this code and give it to you here, where I'm now prompting the user. So you want to get the user input for you to be able to execute that. So for user input, we use the prompt method is a method that just opens inputs. Remember in HTML, we were doing the input field. So creating the input field in JavaScript, we use the prompt method. So like what I have here. So just have it here. So using the switch and then creating a simple calculator just to do some summation or any. So this is a simple calculator just built with this. So if the case is addition, then I'm going to take the numbers and sum them up and bring back the result. If it is subtraction, if it is multiplication, if it is division, so then if I haven't taken any operator, I just get invalid operator. So if I do that, I don't know if it should be executing in the console. The problem is with the running it here, I simply get that. But now if I do this, let me go to, let me run it using the terminal. Here, if I do node, that is a script.js. Script also doesn't execute. Prompt, let me get that first. Just a minute, let me set this out. Let me see, where is it? Yeah, here's where I should get that. When I run it in my HTML, I now get the prompt. So the prompt, now an alert just pops up, the input field, enter the number, the value of number 1. Let me share that code for us, for you to even see it on your site. So so I get that. Then now I can pass in the first value. So let me say I'm getting 5 and say okay, then enter a second number, then say 5 again, enter an operator. Let's say I want to do multiplication. So enter that operator. And now I get the output. 5 times 5 is 25. And you see, it automatically exits the loop. So if I refresh the page again, it loads again. So basically, that is how you can run it in your code. So if I just do that without having anything, now I get the default invalid operator. So how the switch cases are used now in real-time examples. That is why I came in with. Now, how do we use them? So you don't just talk of the switch and not bring in the example. You talk of something workable. All right? Are we good up to that point? Yes? Can I get feedback? All right. So, I take it off to the next group.
So, I guess it's a group.
Yeah.
So I'll be taking you through functions, and then Conrad will take you through the code and how it actually works.
Right.
So our group was dealing with functions, And we started by defining what functions are in JavaScript. And we defined it as a block of code that performs a specific task. So they are just codes, and you tell them specifically what to do. If it's giving out the sum of numbers, just specifically what to do. And then the types of functions, we have we first declare a function, where a function declaration in JS is the most common way to define a function. So basically it's when you, in your code, when you just write function name, you have basically called a function. So maybe you can call it add numbers. And then inside the parentheses, you can enter the variables, and then you create the variable here. And then on the output, it's where you add the arguments, where the arguments are the actual values. So on the output, because on console log, you are actually telling the code to output sum is, and then the sum itself, where kwa hii sum ndo you have given it these three values. So iki output, ita output the sum is, and then the sum of these three numbers. So that is calling a function. And then we continue to the other one. A function with no arguments and no return value. So a function with no arguments and no return value is a function that does not take any input and does not give back a result. So for example, you have called a function upper, but inside the parentheses, there are no parameters. So kwa hii ya kwanza, these are the parameters. Inside the parentheses, you're getting. I hope we are together.
Please, class, respond. Okay, yeah, I've got one.
So with no arguments and parameters. So as you can see in this code, there are no parameters inside the parentheses, but you have already defined the function. And then inside, when you tell it to run the function, haijui ina run function gani, kwa sababu haujaiambia anything inside the parentheses. Haujaipea parameters na haujaipea arguments. So parameters inakuanga hapa inside these after you've called the function, and the arguments, they are the actual values, zinakuanga hapa chini, where the code will be executed when you run it. So that is function declaration with no arguments and parameters. And then the next one is function declaration with parameters and arguments. So function parameters are usually listed inside the parentheses in the function. in the function definition, they are the inputs passed to a function. Function arguments are the values received by the function when it is invoked or when it is called. Invoked is the same word as called. So, for example, so we've already called the function kama greet1, and then tumeipea parameters where the parameter is name, and hapa chini tumeiambia i output console log inasema output, ita output hello, but because of this $sign, of that $sign, and these two things, I hope you're seeing whatever I'm highlighting.
They're called backticks or template literals.
Yes, and these the backticks. So after you've run the code, itatoa hello Charlie, because in the function you have given the parameter name and you have given the value of the parameter, the argument, which are the actual values. So iki output, ita output hello Charlie. We're still on the same page. I hope so. So I hope you've gotten the difference between parameters and arguments. We've said arguments are the actual values and parameters, they are values which are placed inside the parentheses. So that is function declaration with parameters and arguments. The other one is function declaration returning a value. So the return sends a value back, and after it has sent a value back, the function stops running. So for example, calling a function, giving it a parameter, and then return hello at name. So kwa sababu usha return, if you just run it, bado still itatoa tu hello.charlie, but the lecturer will tell us more about this one, return. Yes.
Right.
And then we move to functions inside variables. So on this code, this one, const greet5, you are creating a variable. So using this const, a variable called greet5, and then if you write this function, you've already called a function. So you've already created a function inside the variable this. So this is the variable. You've already created this function inside const greet5, inside this variable. So the function is created on this variable, and you are storing a function inside a variable. Greet5 becomes the function name, Yes, grade 5 becomes the function name. This one. And then we move to arrow functions. Arrow functions is a shorter way of writing a function in JavaScript. It uses this symbol instead of the function keyword. So basically, instead of writing the word function, you just use this arrow and you've called ama umeandika a function. You've called a function inside your code. So yes, we are still together. Any
Response,
question?
response, please, for our teacher.
So
Yeah.
in conclusion, tumesoma how a function is called by basically writing this function and the name, or maybe function add numbers, like what you want the code to do. And then we've also learned function declaration with no arguments and parameters. I hope you've understood the difference between arguments and parameters. And then we went on function declaration in returning a value, where the lecturer will explain more. And then functions inside variables, and then the arrow functions. So that is what I had, and I guess Conrad will take us through the actual code. Yes.
Right, take it up, Conrad. Then I do the summary afterwards.
Okay, mine is just to demonstrate simply what we did. Let me share my screen. So, in our code, I just decided to do a simplified version of what we discussed. So, as Abigail has said, when we use the keyword function, we define it. And then functions, their format is, once you have the function and the name, it's parentheses, then the curly braces. In the parentheses, which are these ones, you take the parameters, and in the curly braces is where the code actually is. So in our case, I decided to use the parameters username and age, so that we can have a function which sings the happy birthday song. So once we console.log it, here I decided to use the template literal using the backticks and the placeholder for the username, this $sign, so that when you run the code, when you come to having arguments, it can take those arguments up. So when you run the code, you can see it starts to it talks about it, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. But in our first function, when we called upon it, we didn't add the arguments. Therefore, it says dear undefined, you're undefined as well. But then once we give it the arguments in the correct order, username first, then age, it now sings it correctly. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Conrad, you're 18 years old. But as I've said, the order matters. If you are to switch let's say the age and the name, it will now just be reversed. It will say, dear 18, you are Conrad years old. So when you do functions, the way you write it is very important, the order. Also do this one for simple operations, for add, subtract, multiply and divide, where I give the parameters x, y, and it's and so for the different functions, add, it is to return x plus y, so that when you console log, when you add the two arguments 2 and 6, the return value in the console log will be the sum of x and y. The same for subtract, multiply, and divide. So, for example, here, add 2 and 6, it's 8. Subtract 2 and 3, it's -1. Multiply 5 and 2, it gives you 10. And divide 8 and 4, it gives you 2. So that is basically how functions work.
All right. I think we can give them a clap together. Did we give the other group a clap? Okay. The two groups, give them a clap for the nice work done. Yeah, great. So let me pick up from there and do explanation on functions as we go. I appreciate we are doing it really, really well. So you can see, just when you pull up together, even the learning becomes easy. And doing things even ahead becomes a lot more simpler for explanation in class. That will cover for our lessons really, really much and really, really quick, so that whenever we get to class, we already have prior knowledge. So always, even without having been assigned some tasks to work together on, just be reading ahead of the teacher. That makes it easy. When you get to class, at least you have an overview of, oh, this is what we are doing. And then you are even in a position to ask a question on what you didn't understand when you are doing it yourself, or whatever you've not even understood as the teacher takes you through. All right. So on functions, let me just create another file for functions here so that we can just work with that separately. Functions.js. Just do it that way. So the first thing with functions is creating functions in JavaScript. So how to create a function. So creating functions is basically a function declaration. So creating functions are also called declaration, declaring a function. So declaring functions is just basically the same as what we did with declaring variables. So declaring a function, you do it with the keyword function. So using the function keyword, you declare the function and give it a function name. So creating functions, you give them function names related to what they are going to do. So basically the same thing as I talked about the variables. When I said you create variables, give them values, or rather variable names, which are mnemonic, relatable to what they are going to do. So you give functions relating to what the function is going to do. So if I do a function and call it add, and basically we name our functions using, we don't give it capital letters, it's just small letters. So like function add, and then in the parentheses, you pass in parameters. Parameters, which are also just variables, which are variables or parameters or arguments. So here, the number of arguments you pass in will determine or rather the output should follow the same order, as Conrad explained. If I have like A, then B. So that means I need to pass in the value when now I call the function. I'll come to function call, where what Abigail was explaining, but I didn't want to cut her short on function calling, which is different from function declaration or function creating. So here we are creating the function, and the function name, we have given it add. And passing in parameters, we are passing in the parameters A and B. So that means when we now call the function, we will give the actual values to the parameters that we passed in. So here we'll just do console log. So for now, we just want to print that. So console log. Console log A, and then say plus B. So just pass in A plus B inside the parentheses here, just to print the numbers or the output of what that function has. Then now function calling, making now your function executable, you call the function. So function call, you bring in the function name and you give it parentheses. That is now function calling. So calling the function. So here I'll say calling the function. So you call the function for it to now execute what you want the function to execute. So if I call this function, now I'll get an error. So I'm getting not a number. Why do I get not a number? Because now I have not passed in anything. So A plus B is not a number. So it's just returning a data type called none. So none is also a data type. When you haven't given, or the print is trying to execute, the function is okay, but whatever you are passing in is not what a computer understands. So if I come in and say, now let me give it 56 and maybe it's 87, something like that. So I've passed in the two values to the variable I have just created, or the function I created. So when I now do that and run the function, now I get the output correctly, 143. So that is function calling. So function naming or declaration, a function with parameters. And then now you pass in the values when you are calling the function. Whenever you create a function, have parameters inside, you must give it the exact parameters you have. If I pass in 3, so let me pass in another. So 56, 87, 54, something like that. Then I run that. So it's running, just picking the exact two values and ignoring the third one. So basically, it doesn't take the third one, just ignores, takes any A and B from the given list and just executes that. So it doesn't give you any error whatsoever on the cell. I understood, got that up to that point. All right. So now let me bring in now functions with default parameters. So here, these were any parameter. So any that you will give it, it will pick that one. So it is not fixed on what you are going to give it. But now, when you create a function and now give it a default value, basically this is a fallback. As I talked of, if you are building a function, then, or you're building a system where you need a user to log in, pass in their username, then give them back their username to display, welcome back, so and so. If the username is not provided, then default back to a given value. So here, create a function. Let's just create a function. Let me call it maybe welcome. So a function to welcome a user. And by default, I'll just pass in name and say name equal to, give it a name here. So the default one, not a name. So give it a default, which was guest. And then I'll just declare a variable here for the name. Make it global. We shall talk about that later on. Name, let name be equal to, let me give it an empty string. So name equal to that empty string, and then here I'll now come in the parentheses, the curly braces. That is where the code block is executed. So if I do console.log, and then I say, let me use the backticks, and I say hello. Hello $, curly braces, and then bring in the name. So bring in the name. So if I now call my function, so I call the function welcome, and then now just call it without anything. So call the function without having anything. What I get should be hello guest. That is what I get. So if you don't provide any values, I just get hello guest. But now if I come in here and now say I'm bringing in, I don't even need to declare this here, so I don't need it. I just need to come in here because the default value is there, or variable, the default variable or parameter is there. So here, if I come and say, let me use my name here. So use my name. So when I run this, it should give me welcome or hello Kwanusu. So if you don't provide, it defaults back to the guest. If you provide, it takes that provision. So that is having default parameters. Got it? All right, so the function keyword is the one that creates the function. Let me put it clear. We are doing things which are new to us. I need to explain more and more for us to understand better. So the function keyword will create a function in JavaScript. So it's just a word that now creates the function. And now the name is now the function name itself. Then inside the curly braces is where your business logic, this is the body of your your function. So this is the body of the function where all the executable is. So inside here, so that is the body of that function. Where everything is done. In the opening parentheses, that is where you can pass in parameters. You can give it default parameters as we talked. You can give it a number of parameters so that it picks that and now just returns whatever you want to return there. So calling the function, without calling the function, so if I don't, let me just comment out this welcome function call. If you don't call the function, then nothing is going to happen. So it's not going to do anything. So some of you are going to get into such scenarios where you've created a function and then you say, it's not working. So we don't get any output because when we create the function, we don't automatically mean or rather say that it is going to execute. So anything inside it is not going to be executed until we call the function. So when the group introduced what functions are, they are blocks of code which execute certain business logic, and it is only executed when it is called. And now it can be reusable. So we call it for it to be able to execute. So calling the function, as I said, you give it a function name and just the brackets, that is calling the function. I hope it's now clear with us. And where do we call the function? That is something also nimeona watu wakiwa na shida nayo. So someone would call, let me do it the way some of us, what I've seen happening out there. Someone calls the function inside the body of that function. So someone comes in here, and now let me just remove the parentheses. Those were comment lines. So someone calls the function inside the body of that function. So nothing happens because now inside the function, this is the body of the function telling what the function will do. So it will only do what you want it to do when it is called, and you call it outside the function itself. So you don't call the function inside itself. You call it outside it for it to execute what you want it to execute. Got it? Okay, so we created the function. Let me just bring this we call parameters when we pass into the function itself. And then when you call the function and pass in a value, this one is called the argument. So parameters passed into the function when you are declaring the function. Arguments passed into the function when you are calling the function. All right, so let me see what else to just clear out on that. The return statement, the one that Abigail was talking about, yeah, that is what now we can talk about. So with the return statement, now we can return a value from a JavaScript function. And now the return is what will make our function reusable. So with the return statement, it stores that value. Once the function stops execution, that value is stored, and you can reuse it where you want to use it. It makes the function reusable. And now let's do it, and you see what like what you did after the return. The key thing here is now once the return statement has been used, now the function is rendered as void. It stops running. It doesn't run anymore. Just fix that and says, okay, you've told me what to do. I've returned. So returning is basically like telling the function stop execution and give me what you have. Any other business logic after the return statement is null and void. Nothing displays after that. So let me take an example here. So function, let's call it what? Display, something like that. Just to display some given statement, and then we just come in and log that. So console.log, I'll just do console log here, and now give it a statement. Let me just say this is what will be returned. So this is what will be returned. Then now just return that. So return, and now say returning, let me just say returning the function. So returning the function just there, and then we can now log after the return statement. I can do a console log and see console log. So console.log, and let me just pass in a statement. Anything for me, just a question like that, and now see when we call the function, what do we get? So here, let me get the message from this messages. Let me just get the message from here and see what will return. So here, let me just declare a variable. Let me call it message. And then now the message, this is now bringing in a function as a variable expression. So returning functions as variables. You just call a function and store it in a variable. So I'll just call the display function here. So that basically just returns our function and stores it in the message. And now we can now log the message. So I can just console.log the message and see what the message has. So just do that and see what execution we are going to have. So whatever we are going to have is the two, the return and the first log only. But what is after the log? Anything for me, nothing returns. So this basically explains why or how the return works. So because the function execution stops at the return statement, then whatever comes after that, whenever you have a return, anything after that, you get, when we get to React, that is when you'll start even seeing those statements coming. Unreachable code detected. So after the return, anything from there is unreachable. So let me just even add that comment here. Unreachable, reachable. I don't know if that's the way. Yeah, unreachable code block. So whatever's after that is just basically unreachable, cannot be reached. Right. They give out, unless there's a question. Do you have anyone who has a query so far on what we've covered? Tuko sawa? All right, so let's see. There's an exercise I can give you to work on. Okay. Yeah. Just create a function that takes in two parameters. That is a function that takes in two parameters and returns the square of not two parameters. A function that returns the square of numbers. Just that. So create a function that returns the square of numbers. Just a quick one before I give you another one and see what you're able to do. was to be a really quick one. Who has finished? Look at it. Mm-hmm. Nobody has done it? Hey guys, it's good to communicate. If you need a little more minutes, you just say. Yes. Am I audible? I've had to check my mic again. Yes, that was just about 4 lines of code, just printing out a square, the square of numbers. Okay, let me just randomly pick people to showcase what they have. Okay, Conrad, I'm seeing your thumbs up. Share your screen. Maybe I can go with you. Conrad?
This is what I've done. Yeah, just
Yeah, there were just to be about 3 or so lines of code. Very, very nice. Yeah, the return is just that number by itself, which is the parameter you passed in, and you give it arguments as you log, which is pretty it. It was just to be that way. Anyone who was unable to do it? Because the silence means maybe we weren't doing it right. Let me have one of the ladies to showcase what they have. Let's see. Aisha, let me see what you did.
So this is what I did. I gave the function a name, square. Then the parameter, I input the number. Then I wanted it to return the number. So here, it's basically, since we are squaring it, it's number times number. Then the output is the square. Then here you input whichever number you want. So if it's 6, when you run it, it's 36. If it's 7, it returns like 49.
Right, so that is basically it. Yeah, very nice. And yeah, so a quick one. Let me just take us through something, a little bit of fun again, just on the same, where like I want to print numbers. I want to check numbers which are divisible by 5 and those which are divisible by 3. So a number which is divisible by 3, that means 3 will not return a remainder. A number which is divisible by 5 is when divided by 5, no remainder. So all of them, so doing all these checks and then giving out the output. So once you have that logic, you know, okay, this is now what I'm going to do. So before we even start bringing that on, so I want to see a number that is divided by 3 and does not return a remainder. So which operators am I going to use, first of all?
I guess you can share your screen. I cannot see your screen.
Okay, all right. I just asked the question before we even go to the code itself. Which operators am I thinking about before I even bring it into code? For me to be able, or rather for me to achieve that function that is going to check numbers and determine if they are divisible by 3, list those which are divisible by 3, those which are divisible by 5, just sort them out that way. Piecing the things we've learned and just trying to put them together. So how am I going to do that? Or which operators am I thinking about? Someone doesn't want to talk, just texted. Let me see. Yeah, either you had an answer, you don't want to speak, but given the right answer, I'll check the modulars of 3 and modulars of 5. So, because I want to check the modulars of 3 and 5, now which other conditionals will I now use? So you are now seeing how I'm piecing things together to see, okay, these are now what I'm going to use in the program as I build it. So I need the modulars to check the divisibility. I need to check the range of numbers I'm given. So checking the range of numbers, I need a loop to go through the numbers to determine the numbers that are divisible by 3, the numbers that are divisible by 5. Then, now because I have two sets, numbers that are divisible by 3 and numbers that are divisible by 5, I'll check both conditions. And now, because we said we want to render either this or that, so that means I can use I'll use the AND operator. So the logical AND operator. And now printing out the numbers, I want to say if a number is divisible by 3, print out fizz. If it is divisible by 5, print out buzz. If it is divisible by both 3 and 5, print out fizz buzz. So this is how I do it. So let me just say function. So just create the function. Let me call it fizz buzz as I've just put it. So I want to print the numbers that are both divisible by 3 and 5, or either divisible by 3 and also singularly divisible by 5. So I'll say function fizz buzz, and then bring in a number, just initialize it with a variable n, and then here I said I'm going to do a for loop. So I'll just create a loop here that is going to check the numbers and say if the number I modulus modulus will come in the if statement. So if I is equal, so initialization step for the for loop, for I equal to give it 1. So just give it 1, no, not that semicolon. So I equal to 1, then now bring in the condition while I is less than or equal to n, because we want to pass in the number ourselves. So if I, or for I less than or equal to n, then I incrementing it, just I plus plus. And then now inside the parentheses again, the curly braces, sorry. Inside the curly braces, now we can now bring in an if statement just to check. So if now I'll say if now the number I, my variable, modulus 3, that is strictly equal to what? 0. And still the same, I modulus 5 is strictly equal to 0, then this one should give us, that means if the number is both divisible by 3 and 5, that is, give us fizz buzz. So console.log, and I'll say just print out for me fizz buzz. Else, now bring in the else statement here. So I'll say else. I went to the curly braces and I'm thinking about Python, forgetting about JavaScript. Yeah, so else, now bring in if I modulus 3, modulus 3. So if I modulus 3 only is equal to 0, then print for me what? Here I'll say console.log. So console.log here, we are going to print fees. Else if. So I just duplicate starting here. So I'll duplicate this and just say else if. So here I'll say else if that is that, then something I've missed in the duplication. So I doubled those. Yeah. So print else console.log. Let me structure it. Pate vizuri. Phase bars, then else. If else, this one should also be else if. That's why I'm not getting it right. Else if this one modulus 3 is strictly equal to 0, fees. Else if that modulus 5 is strictly equal to 0, then now print, instead of fees, print bars. So here I'm going to print bars. Then now else, and just bring the else block here and say now else, finally. So just print that number. So console.log, we just log I. So that is, this is a long way. Like using the if else statements, you see how long it becomes. And many a times it's even at times unreadable. So this is fees bars, not fees bars. Then now just call that function. So I'll call my function fees bars. So if I call fees bars, and now let me give it, let me just give it 50. So you now pass in a value 50. Then now when we run this, we should get it returning. So you can see 1 is not divisible by 3, 2 is not divisible by 3, neither is it divisible by 5, nothing, just returns I. Now the else block, print the number. Then 3 is divisible by 3, fees. 5 is divisible by 5. 6 is divisible by 3. Then 9 is divisible by 3. 10 is divisible by 5. 12, 3. 15 is both divisible by 3 and 5. So you get fees bars. So just printing out exactly what we want really nicely. So you're now seeing how we bring in like the conditionals, everything we've been doing inside functions, and you see how they can be executed. So just bringing in the for loop, bringing in the while loop. So all those things now work inside functions. So functions are the building blocks of now dynamic websites. So whatever business logic you want to do, we'll be doing it inside functions. All right. Any questions so far? Silence means we're okay. Any question? Any point of clarification? Jason?
Okay, so when I run my code, it's not running. It's saying that I have a problem. Let me just share my screen.
Okay.
It's saying unexpected token else.
The for loop. Let's see your structure. Let's follow through and you see what you have. Else, let's start from. If that is the case. That then we get into the if statement, and then the if statement. Your if statement doesn't have a code block. So your if statement doesn't have a code block. It's just returning console log. Where is the console log supposed to return? Remember, we talked about the code blocks where the execution is done. So if is a function itself. So you can see now up to this point, now we start seeing the structure of a function. A function has parentheses and curly braces. So when I look at the if function, there is no curly brace.
Oh, okay.
Jason, do you get it?
Yeah.
So your console log should be inside that curly brace, the console log for FizzBuzz. No, the closing curly brace is after where the else is. That was to be there. Just remove that one.
Okay.
Now let's now follow through and see where your problem now comes again. Now the closing bracket. Are you seeing the bracket on line 30 that is in red?
Yeah.
That should close the entire code block that is executing your logic. So I want you to follow through. I want us to learn from this, and you know how to do the syntax of creating a function. So each block, this is basically almost same as what we were doing with the opening and closing tags in HTML. So you also need to understand this really, really well. So the for loop opens and closes at line 34. Are you seeing that? That is the closing bracket of the for loop. Then the else, the if statement. No, the for loop doesn't close there. The if statement is the one that closes. Yeah, the for loop closes there, and the way you're structuring, you can see the lines should follow through really well. Then the if statement closes at 34. Then else if opens there and closes at which line? The first else if 36. The next else if closes at what line?
38.
Then the else block closes at
41.
So which one has not closed when you read from the top, from line 30? So which one has not closed?
Oh, okay.
Do you now see it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can now run it and see now everything will just run fine.
Oh. I did not finish the code.
Yeah, what have you not done?
But now it's
what have you not done?
There's some code that I was supposed to add here. Yeah.
What have you not done? I want you to read from it and see. The entire code block is okay. What have you not done?
I've not called the function.
Yes, can you call it?
So when you
call the function, when you call the function, look at what the function is doing. Does it expect a parameter or not? So your function feedbacks, does it expect something? And how do we know this? Let me take us through slowly. I want us to understand these things. So when you look at the function name and the parentheses where you created the function, line 30, is there anything inside the function? Jason, I want you to get it. Just answer me. On line 30, have we passed in a parameter in the function? This one. And you know you are helping out even others who are getting confused with all these things.
I have an end.
So line 30. Yes. Come again. You talked when I was talking. I don't know. Is it your network?
N is the parameter that I put inside.
Yes.
The parentheses.
N is just a variable that should return a real value. So I want you to connect that. So when you pass in N, it's just a variable that is returning a real value. So when you call the function, you need to give it an argument, which is a real value that is going to return into the function for it to execute. So you call the function and give it a value. Jason, are you getting it? Yeah, now when you execute, because you have given it a number, now the loop is going to check against that number. The number you've given it as 21. So checks as long as the number is less than or equal to that number, then increment and still do whatever it should do. Got it?
Yeah.
All right, I think this is clear with all of us. Any other query? From the rest of the class, any other query? All right, so we can do a really clean or really quick, like all these lines of code, we can do them in very few lines using the arrow function. Sometimes you'll hear about it as a fat arrow function. So the arrow function basically just starts off with a function declaration in as a variable. So I'll just say const, let me just call it fizz bars. Let me add arrow so that it's not the same fizz bars up there. So const fizz bars arrow, then you now just the function keyword. The function keyword is going to be, so let me just pass in, okay, oh, I'm not sharing my screen. Oh, no, I do forget. So I'm just going to share this and then we call it a day at that. So now syntax of an arrow function is basically just curly braces and then equal sign and the greater than sign. So that is just the syntax of an arrow function. And now here I pass in n, just as we did. So I can have it as n that way. And then just bring in the code block where now we are going to execute what we had. So I'll just use a for loop here and say now bring in the loop. So let I, as we did, I be equal to what? So I equal to 1. And you're seeing how I'm structuring my code so that it is very much readable. So while I is less than or equal to n, then do our I plus plus. Then now in the code block here, so I'm going to bring in just the ternary operator to simplify everything. So all this we did, if else, we said we can simplify these lines into just a ternary operator using the or, so the ternary and or. So I'll just bring in a single console log. So console.log, and inside the console log, that is where I'll just bring in everything. So I'll say I modulus that was modulus 3. If I modulus 3 is strictly equal to 0, then or the ternary operator. So that is the conditional rendering. So if it is strictly modulus 0 by when we divide by 3, bring what? That was fizz. Or just give me nothing. So fizz or nothing. Then I'll just bring in plus and then bring a second block of conditional check and say I modulus 5. So if I modulus 5 now is equal to 0, then what are we going to get? So if it is modulus 0, modulus 5 is 0, now I get what? That was bars. So give me bars, or if not bars, nothing. So, or empty. And finally, just give me just give me I. So or I, and this should be, the console log should wrap everything. Yeah, the console log should wrap everything here. So everything should be inside the console.log, which is now fine like this. So I modulus 3 is 0, bring me fizz or nothing. Then I modulus 5 is 0, bring me buzz. Or print I. Oh, I've not included the fizz bars. So yeah, I can bring it in. Let me just bring it at the beginning here again. Here, just use the parentheses, bring the plus in between here, and say now, we said I modulus 3 is strictly 0, and I modulus 5 is strictly 0, then give us fizz bars. Fizz bars, or just empty again on that. So just have it that way. Not a bit long, but so just having it on the same line. 0, I had negative sign there. So that 0 and that give us that, or if it is that, so you can see we just bring it on a single line and we have everything done. So I can just have them even dropped on the next line. So we can have them all neatly done there. Then now you can now just call your fizz bars arrow. So my fizz bars arrow, let me still bring in the 50 that I had done. So using an arrow function, and now everything just executes as expected. So you can see it's doing it, finishes up on that, and now starts off the fat arrow function. So we get it where we get 15 fizz bars, and it's printing fizz bars twice. I don't know why fizz bars. Yeah, so we get it. I hope you have seen how to refactor a function into an arrow function. All right, so as I sum it up, because we only have one parameter in the arrow function, so if it only has one parameter, you can as well drop the parentheses and just have the value n directly there. So just passing the parameter directly without having the parentheses around it, and still it just works fine. Right, so I think with that, it sums up the day for us. we've looked at conditional rendering. We've looked at the ternary operator. We've looked at the OR operator, the logical AND operator. We've also looked at loops, different types of loops, the for loop, the while loop. Then the only thing I want you to go and look into is the do while loop. So go read about the do while loop and then do a task on the same, so that tomorrow I see what you've done on the do while loop. Then another task, you'll create a simple calculator. So a simple function that does calculation where it takes a user input. So takes a user input and basically almost what I had done on taking user input and then doing the calculation. So using the return function. So using the return function, so or the return keyword, create a function that calculates, takes user input and calculates or does all the arithmetic calculation based on the user's input. And the arrow, the function should have both, so do the function name and refactor the same into an arrow function. So you're going to create a function, like function, maybe call it calculator, that takes in user input and calculates and returns the value, and then refactor the same to an arrow function, as well as look at the do while loop. Then we'll meet tomorrow. Any queries so far before we call it a day?